wanted to see if you'd all look up. The speaker system, I don't believe is turned on yet, but I've been told that there's a vehicle in the parking lot, 5ES391. Your trunk is open and the state police want to know about the body. 5ES391. What's that? They just gave me a plate number.
Push the body in, close the trunk.
That's it. That's all you want to know.
only white kid on the track team. She gets to the Western Mass Finals, and she was they line them up by speed, so she was number 5, and there was one girl who's faster for her. And so the ref, when that started, goes ready, set, and he says set. I see her turn and say something.
Excuse me.
The gun goes off. She takes
Are we
off.
on here?
The daughter wins the race. She wins Western Mass title, right? All state. He wins all state.
Yep.
That's what we just said.
Could I just, we're gonna call the meeting to order in just a few minutes. We're gonna start promptly at 6:30 with at least the call to order. Could I just ask that if you have an empty seat next to you or near you, as people are coming in, if you could kind of just watch out for each other and guide us to empty seats. We would rather use this room as much as possible before we go to overflow. And some folks are saying they're coming in and they can't see the empty seats. Thanks, Leo.
Yes, ma'am.
Decided to go with it with the addition, just the 25,659,283 from unappropriated available funds. Use the tax rate, and then 1650.
What's that?
Yep, good. Can I have that? Oh, you got something in the back. There we go. Okay, leave it up. Okay.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna ask these guys to shut up. I never mind, John.
Okay. There's people in there.
How many?
A couple dozen, maybe.
It's not enough to bring in here.
Probably not. It's close. You guys all set? Ready? Set? Good evening. First and foremost, thank you all for your patience as a result of the meeting, the continuance to tonight, the fact that the numbers are still here. This is all that any community could expect, and it's exactly what we should do. So thank you, and give yourselves a round before we get this thing going. With a quorum being present, I'm going to read the return of the warrant, and we'll get going. To either of the constables of the said town of Hampden in said county, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Hampden qualified to vote in town affairs to meet at Thornton W. Burgess Middle School, 85 Wilbraham Road, Hampden, on Tuesday, initially October 29th at 6:30 in the evening, and there and then to act on the following articles. The warrant was duly posted. I, Constable for the Town of Hampden, have on this date posted copies of the warrant for the town meeting to be held on October 29th at 6:30 in all places as designated by the Town of Hampden. Signed, Dennis L. Hackett, Constable of the Town of Hampden, 10/9/24. The warrant being properly served, the formal reading is waived, and the posted warrant shall become part of the record. We would like, this is from all of us, in recognition of Veterans Days, any veterans currently active or former military to please stand and be recognized. And don't be bashful. Those same veterans, if you gentlemen and ladies would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would now like to at least give you folks a sense of the people, your elected officials, and those who make this meeting happen. You have your Town Administrator, Brian Domina, your elected Board of Selectmen, Craig Revest, Donald Davenport, and John Flynn. Perfect. That's the best voice I've heard all night. Your Advisory Committee, the folks who put in a ton of time to make this thing all fall into place. Doug Boyd, the chair, Heather Turcott, Kathy Pesolano, Sandra Sheehan, Jack Matthews. Your town clerk is Eva Weissman, and her assistant is Sheila Slate. I would be remiss if I didn't catch Lauren McCormick, who is, whether they admit it or not, the nuts and bolts of everything that works down in the town hall. And lastly, your town council, Rose Crowley. Some housekeeping items. If you would please silence your cell phones. You know, I just see that's going to get more and more of a laugh as time goes on. We have a pretty full house here tonight, so what's going to be very important, and the reason this meeting had to be continued, was because of the numbers. If you can't hear in there?
He wants recognition.
Oh, wait a minute, hold on. The gentleman with the smallest ego in the room, former moderator, Judge Robert L. Howarth. Thank you. Out of sight, out of mind, but I hope you're happy now and you've made it back to your room. This gets harder all the time. So let's go back to, this is a very important thing. If one thing that occurred to me after having to continue this with the volume of people, let's make something very important. If there is an emergency, if you are in this room, if you're forward, you can go out that door, take a left, go to the end of the hall, take a right. It'll put you right in the back parking lot. If you are in the back half of the room, you can go out that back door, take a right and an immediate left and go straight. It will bring you into the same parking lot. For those folks over here, you can hit that door, make a right, go to the end of the hall, take a left. It'll bring you right out into the front parking lot. If you're in the back of the room, you can go out the back door the way you're used to coming in to vote, straight down the hallway to the center atrium, take a right and head out. For you folks in the gym, probably the easiest way, if you're on the left side of the room, you'd come out the door you went in, take a right and an immediate right, and you'll be in the back parking lot. If you're on the right side of the room, you can go to the gym door exit, which will also bring you into the back parking lot. The bathrooms are open and they are straight across the way for anyone who needs them. Any question on emergency exit? And I'm assuming at this stage that everyone in the other room can hear and at least see the presentation, because I'm sure Judge Howarth will come in here and throw stones if they can't. He's already there. This is a big meeting, and there's some significant questions on it. I just want to remind us all that this is a civil meeting. We don't always agree, and some of us tend to get more fervent in our positions than others. A lot of us do a ton of homework and put a lot of effort into the recommendations we make. Please remember that tomorrow you're going to see the guy next to you or the woman next to you at the Village Mart, the transfer station, Reed's, Dunkin' Donuts, take your pick. Remember that tonight when you see each other tomorrow. All questions must be addressed through the moderator. Please keep your questions and discussion on point. A question may be moved by a member or the moderator or subject to vote at any time or at the moderator's sole discretion. This is an important one. Please come to this microphone to speak. Even if you're in the other room, you need to come to this microphone because the statute is clear that the assistant moderator cannot recognize a speaker. Also, if you come to the microphone and hear, I'll be able to see how many folks are coming and waiting in the queue, and that will do the best we can to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak. One last thing, two last things. Number one, the gentleman standing in the back by the doorway, Herb Foley. I have to thank you at every single meeting because without fail, you come through to help us make this happen. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, thank you, John. Something new we haven't had before. We have a babysitting room. Students from Minnetonka Regional High School are here with us tonight, and they are watching some of the children. And for that, thank you. And again, Steve Hale, principal, and the students from the school. Thank you very much. Just one more housekeeping item. I chose not to do it tonight because with everything going on, we wanted to kind of keep changes to this meeting to a minimum. It's the biggest reason we're not using the clickers. We wanted to be absolutely sure that they would be in a position to be successful. We wanted to be sure that both rooms would be able to work in tandem, and we want to give the clickers every chance to succeed. And so we figured tonight it was a big change with a lot that is already going on. Just a heads up, keep an eye on the town website, probably along about January. I'm going to start to put some information out there about changes coming to town meeting. Again, decided not to try and put any of them into play tonight so as not to confuse or add more to an already very busy night. But you're going to see some talk about things like consent orders, where we will be merging the typical or rote questions and trying to knock out those questions all at once. There'll be a very detailed explanation before it's brought into play. And we're also looking at introducing a motion. You'll see in the Springtown meeting, it's called a moderator's motion, whereby we're actually going to waive the reading of the question by the moderator simply to go right to the motions, because in many times it mirrors it. So there's some changes coming that we are hoping will speed up the process while at the same time increasing and or keeping the current transparency. Okay, it's time to begin. Article 1, name change from the Board of Selectmen to Select Board. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws of the Town of Hampden by substituting the term Select Board for Board of Selectmen and then Select Board Member for the word Selectmen, and each and every place shown in either one as it appears in the zoning bylaws, and to further amend the general bylaws as follows. By changing the name of the chief executive officers of the town from Board of Selectmen to Select Board, and 2, by substituting Select Board for Board of Selectmen, and then Select Board Member for the word Selectmen in each and every place where it appears in the general bylaws of the Town of Hampden, or take any other action relative thereto. Do we have a motion? Government Study Committee, come on up, Keith.
I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaws of the town by submitting the term Select Board, by substituting the term Select Board for Board of Selectmen, and then select board member for the word selectmen in each and every place either one appears in the zoning bylaws of the town, and to further amend the general bylaws of the town as follows. 1, by changing the name of the chief executive officers of the town from Board of Selectmen to Select Board, and 2, by substituting the term Select Board for Board of Selectmen and then Select Board member for the word selectmen in each and every place either one appears in the general bylaws of the town.
Second.
The motion has been made and the motion has been seconded. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action. Does the planning board have a recommendation?
We're going there next. Wow, I got a supporting cast. The next thing we do require, and inasmuch as the town zoning bylaws are impacted by this change, that requires the 2/3 vote, but it also requires a recommendation from the planning board. Does the planning board have a recommendation?
Thank you. I am Pat Coyne from 20 Southbridge Road and also a planning board member. As requested, I wanted the community to be aware that on August 14th, the planning board held a public hearing, case 2024F, on this matter. And to note that the planning board is in favor of amending the zoning bylaws and subdivision rules and regulations by substituting the term select board for Board of Selectmen and select board member for selectmen, where those terms appear. Thank you.
Now, is there any discussion on the question? I see a question. Could you please, Connie, you got to come on up. This room's too big for your voice. And as you're on your way up, Connie, could I just check and see where the counters are? We have 2 in this room and 2 in the gym. Oh, Eileen, come on up here. We got chairs for you. And whoever's working, come on, ladies, come on up. Hold on, Connie, we got to get the most important people in place. They're the ones that are going to do all this work. And I do want to thank the Board of Registrars. We're going to do more counting tonight than we typically do, and they were kind enough to volunteer their time and help us out. Go.
I would like to just say that Board of Selectmen has been in use in Massachusetts since 1633. Women have had the vote for over 100 years. I don't see any need to change this. It only makes more work for everybody, and it doesn't even sound as good as just selectmen. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, this is going to require a 2/3 vote. My initial reaction is, let's see if I can judge the 2/3. If I'm not comfortable, we're going to the count. All those in favor of the question to change to select board? Any opposed? This room has the 2/3. Judge, what do you have over there? I'm hoping he can hear me over there. He couldn't have dozed off already. My job is to make fun of him. I've put up with him for way too long. You got 2/3? Then we're going to have to count. If you've only got 50, nope, that's fine. So we're going to have to do a count. So to the counters, if you would please, ladies, as we talked before, if you're voting yes.
What's his total number? If it's like,
I don't know, but I don't want to take a chance.
Here we go.
So please leave your hands up, and ladies, count the yes votes. I'll count the stage. Look, I spent 5 years in this building. I got 3.
Got it?
If it could have gone to freshman year, I might have still been here.
wouldn't have made a difference.
That's why we got cookies.
All the reason we can do this is a recall vote. Wow, who'd have thought? It's a good thing I have a sense of humor. Okay, now we need to count the no votes, ladies. So if you're voting no on the question, please put your hands up and keep them up. Yep, you got to do the yeses and the nos. No, they're doing great. I was lost 12 minutes ago. You can't help her keep her hand up. She's got to do that on her own. Yes, sir. Okay. %75 are in favor, the 2/3 is reached.
What, how many? Rick? Rick?
195 yes, 64 no. Yes? You guys good over there? Article 2, to change town clerk from elected to appointed position, Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 1B. To see if the town will vote to change its elected town clerk to a town clerk appointed by the Board of Selectmen or take any other action relative thereto.
I move that the town vote to change its elected town clerk to a town clerk appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Is there a second? Did I hear the second?
Select Board.
Second.
I did hear a second. We've got a motion, we've got a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends unfavorable action.
All right, this is a majority vote. We're going to try and do this on a visual. Again, we are going to count whenever we are uncertain. So for both rooms, please vote. All those in favor? Well,
Have you considered asking for discussion, Mr. Moderator?
I didn't want to ask, because I knew you'd say something. Wow, thank you so much. I get 2 moderators. I get all the help I need. And it's funny, I skipped right at my own discussion question. All right, we got a motion. We have a second. We have a recommendation. Do we have any discussion? See, I knew it. Jim, Jim, come on up. You can line up in the queue. Thanks, Dick. I appreciate the help. Seriously, thank you.
Okay.
I understand you have a lot of moving parts tonight that you don't usually have to deal with.
Thank you.
Back in my day, it was simpler. My name is Richard Patalo. I live on Chapin Road in Hampden, obviously, and I'm also the elected town treasurer. I think I've had that job 15 years now. I was assistant tax collector before that, moderator before that. I have the utmost respect for the people from the Government Study Committee. They worked on this for 14, 16 months, meeting a couple times a month, something like that. And I really appreciate the effort they put into it. However, I do not have any respect for their conclusions. I disagree with particularly the next two articles to change the tax collector, the town clerk, and the treasurer to appointed positions. I wasn't sure why they got this wrong, in my opinion, until I read their report a number of times and found out that the one resource that they used the most was the Mass Municipal Association. And contrary to what its name is, the Mass Municipal Association is not an organization of towns, it's an organization of selectmen and mayors. So the fact that their conclusion was to concentrate power with the selectmen rather than to have independent elected positions is a kind of a logical conclusion of where they would try to guide the committee. I want to be very careful on this next statement because I am not indicting anyone who's on the stage tonight. But since I've been doing this job, I've had multiple town administrators and multiple selectmen instruct me to do things that were contrary to Mass General laws, and which I had to refuse to do. And I don't know how that would have come out if they held the ability to hire and fire my position. That bothered me an awful lot. Again, I'm not reflecting on anybody who's here tonight on the stage. In the Village Food Mart, 3 owners ago, I guess it was, when Tony and Olga owned the market, for those as old as I am, there was a little sign behind the cash register that said, "It's very tough to get rich in a small town. Everyone's watching." And I think it's a good thing in small town government that someone is watching. Thank you.
Jim.
Mr. Moderator, James Smith, Glendale Road, Hampden. I'm going to start out, I find it a little ironic. There's a subsequent question on the agenda tonight to add 5 members to the Board of Selectmen with the purpose of diminishing individual power influences. Yet at the same time, this puts a lot of power and influence on the Board of Selectmen because they're going to be appointing individual members who are currently elected by the community and not appointed. One argument in favor, and with the indulgence of the moderator, I'm going to touch a little bit on both as Mr. Patolo did, both question 2 and 3.
I'll grant you some leeway here, Jim.
Okay. One argument in favor of this is that these are administrative functions only. That it doesn't matter if they're elected or appointed, and that really is not the case. For example, the town clerk has discretion on things like the wording of and the wording of town report regarding the town meeting. She also has discretion on things like the timing of ballots, or at least weighing in on it. And there have been instances where there's been some conflicts there, and they've been resolved, but those differences of opinion do make play an important role. I'm trying not to go over something that Mr. Patullo already did. One of the things is communications. I think some people are intimidating approaching the town selectmen and or the staff on the selectmen. But there are people that regularly conduct business with the town clerk or the tax collector that go in there and they express their opinion and they feel free to do so. They won't have that freedom of expression if these people are appointed. So this becomes a filtering mechanism and a communication mechanism where people go in, talk to the tax collector or the treasurer, and that gets filtered through the daily interaction in the office of, like, here's some concerns from the community. I think we'll lose that. I had one last thing here.
You got a lot on that screen.
Yeah, I know. You know, I wanted to appeal to the younger crowd, so I did it on my phone instead of bringing up a piece of paper. The final point is that, you know, there's an argument that they'll be able to go after a larger talent pool. And in the town's 150 years and my almost 50 years of being involved in town meetings and whatnot, I've never seen the situation where a very talented and dedicated person did not step forward for the position. So I do not think that that's a good argument in favor of it. So in summary, I have 7 words. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Jed, was it 7? Because I didn't count.
It was.
All right.
But the contraction makes it difficult.
All right, so Jed.
Yes. Jed Berliner, Bennett Road, Hampden. My personal default preference in a democracy is checks and balances. When policy is being made, the positions of power need to be separated, distributed, so that there can be vibrant discussion. My personal preference is to yield that position when there's a higher goal of efficiency. I don't want to see elected dog catchers, unless we have one, then I do. But in this case, the clerk has some awesome responsibilities and deserves, in my opinion, the independent base of a separate election, not to be appointed by the select board. Thank you.
My name's Laura Gogan. I'm a nervous wreck. I'm on 39 Oak Knoll Drive.
You're doing fine. I already forgot the discussion, so come right in.
No, I would just like to say that I don't agree with a more concentrated government. I believe a town meeting's been around since, you know, the 1600s or whatever, and I don't see any reason to change it. And what is the reasoning behind implementing something like that? I don't understand the reason for even the need. So that's
Keith,
all I have to say.
I know you're next. Thank you. Keith, do you want to address that? Do you have I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you have a?
The question is,
What's the reason?
what's the reason? So a lot of the reasoning is on a lot of the reasoning is on our screen here, and it's in the report that we had submitted back in the spring. So the concerns, a lot of the concerns that were being, I'm sorry.
Go right to the microphone, Keith.
So a lot of the concerns that are being brought up are things that we discussed at length when we were having our meetings. I share a lot of the same concerns about concentrating power with the Board of Selectmen, and a lot of what has been brought forward, a lot of what Mr. Smith said and Mr. Bertolo said are things that concern me too. But in the end, I think it's important for everyone to know that the reason that we're bringing this forward, first of all, has nothing to do with the people that are in the positions currently. The people that are in the positions have been in them a long time. We respect them. We're not looking to make a change with them. The change is the process of how we pick the next people, because there were some concerns that, as you can see on the screen, the requirements to run for a position like this are minimal. You don't have to have any experience in finance to run for treasurer. You don't have to have any experience in anything to run for any of these positions. And we felt as a board that being able to interview and vet the position and pick the right person to do the job, the benefits of that would outweigh the potential negative effect of either not having someone run or not having the right people. So that was part of our reasoning. I don't know. I have two other board members here that I don't know if they have anything to add to that or.
Summed it up perfectly. Okay. Thank you. Thad.
Thad Clavette, live in Highland Circle, and I look at this and the next question kind of in the same way, because they both deal with two long-term employees of the town that are both being railroaded out of their jobs, the way I see it. One of my biggest concerns, and one thing I wanted to address up there, we talk about the talent pool. Ava, I think, is well qualified, and she's learned a lot over the years, I'm sure, as has Dick. Those jobs change, okay? Are we looking for some sort of college-educated person in that? I certainly hope not, okay? Myself, I did not graduate high school, but I was a chief operating officer of a $3 billion company, okay? Nowhere in this presentation, maybe the advisory board has some, talks about what financial impact this is going to have on the town. Near as I can tell, this is going to cost the town close to $200,000 a year. I may be off on that, but there's pensions, maybe $35,000, $40,000 a year. These guys here don't make what you're going to hire an accountant for. You're probably going to spend somewhere between $120,000 to $150,000 for an accountant.
Thad, let me just interrupt you for a second. Let's steer away from the numbers if we're not sure of them, because I would want to be careful about coloring the vote of the room.
Okay.
So let's steer clear unless we have real numbers, okay?
Okay.
You can
Put
ask,
it this way.
if they have it, but don't.
Do we have any real numbers?
And that I do not know. I'm seeing no as for real numbers. Advisory.
Based on having no real numbers, I would vote no.
That's fair. Okay. Thank you.
I can say that the treasurer-collector salary, the average count.
I'm sorry.
The average count of 28 treasurer-collector combined salary is $80,488.
I think the question there was not what these folks currently make, but would there be an...
This is the average of 28 cities and towns.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the first part of that. And I should have, sorry, could you do me a favor, please? Come back and just introduce yourself and where you live, because we need the information for everyone. Donna
Hatch, Mill Road. Treasurer-collector salary, the average count for 28 cities and towns is $80,488.18.
Okay, so it's an estimate based on other communities for comparison, for what that's worth.
Combined positions.
Okay, fair enough. Come on up.
Yeah, thank you. Kathy Pestilano, Chapin Road. I've been a resident of Hampden for about 37 years. I am not speaking for the other members, excuse me, of the advisory board. I'm speaking as a voter and a resident of the town. While I certainly commend the Government Study Committee for all of your hard work, Hampden has seen a growth in housing. We have a very diverse population. I really feel that there are enough qualified residents in Hampden to run for both town clerk and to run for treasurer. I don't mean to address both articles. Voters are smarter than that. Okay, it's regardless of whether or not there's any listed qualifications for the job. I think, we have a direct democracy here, which is the purest form of democracy we can have. The voters are the legislative branch. A vote for yes for Articles 2 and 3 move us away from a democratic system to more of an oligarchy. And an oligarchy means rule by a few.
Donna.
I just want to say that a yes vote tonight just basically puts this on the ballot for 2025 for a town-wide election.
Yep, I was going to cover that, and thank you. Now, before we go any further, I just want to remind the folks in the other room. Well, hold on one sec, Don. I'm going to get you, I promise. I just want to remind the folks in the other room that this is inclusive. If you wish to address the meeting, please come in. But again, if you're comfortable and you're following along, great, that's good. It's just that I can't see you. Don.
I'm not speaking, Don Davenport, I'm not speaking on behalf of the other selectmen, but a comment was made about that the current people in the office are being railroaded out. That is not true. The town meeting voted to establish a government study committee in October of 2022. They worked for a year, they looked at a lot of things, and they made their recommendations. They're talking about the future. They're not talking about tomorrow or the next election. And I just want to make it understand that I took umbrage to the term railroad because those people really worked hard to try to provide a future for the town and what they thought would be helpful to the town. So,
Please.
Okay, moderator, this is Tina Duran, 100 Steepleview Drive. I have a question for the selectmen. If this were a yes vote, majority yes vote, would that mean that our elected officials no longer have their elected job? Meaning, are they going to be reviewed now, and now we need to have them appointed to stay in the positions that they were originally elected to? Do they need to be now appointed? And then is there a risk of them not being appointed?
Okay, so the question, so did you got the question, is it? Here you go, you're gonna, one second, I got you.
Hi, Rose Crowley, Town Council. To address the legal aspect of your question, first of all, there has to, in order for the position of clerk to move from an elected to an appointed position, first of all, there has to be a favorable vote by this body tonight on this article. Second of all, it has to move to a ballot question in the spring. If both of those votes are favorable, then the position would become appointed. The difference between an elected official and an appointed official is that that official is answerable, in the case of an elected official, is answerable to the registered voters. An appointed official is answerable to the body that appoints them.
I'm familiar with that.
Okay.
Okay. My question is, if the town approved this, which I'm going to give my opinion, and I am against it, I would vote no on this, but I want to know if this goes to a yes vote after the ballot, what happens to our elected officials? Are they no longer elected and now require to be appointed by the select board?
So if everything passes, there will be the Office of Treasurer and the Office of Collector and the Office of Clerk will be on the ballot simultaneously with the ballot question that corresponds to what you're voting on tonight. If the elected to appointed passes, then those people elected to each of those offices will be in office, but only until the Board of Selectmen choose to appoint a new officer. So that could be a week, that could be a month, that could be years.
So technically, the elected people in office no longer have a job until they are appointed.
Unless they are appointed.
Unless they are appointed. Okay.
They will hold their positions.
Okay. My point, my stand on this is a no vote.
Richard Patello, Chapin Road again. There's no possible way, if this was to pass, that the current people can hold their job, because this is making mandatory combining the tax collector and the treasurer's job. And that's held by two people now, so there is no possible way, if this passes, that the selectmen could hire the same people to do the job.
Is there any more questions, discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so we're going to move forward anyway. All right, so this is very important. I want to make sure this is clear because you've heard it in a couple different places in a couple different ways. If you're in favor of changing the town clerk from an elected to appointed position, you are going to vote yes. If there is a majority of yes votes, this question will then move to a ballot in the spring. A no vote will bring it to an end. So does anybody have any questions on how we're going to vote? A yes vote makes the change and sends it to the ballot. A no vote, that's the end. Everybody ready? All those in favor of the change, please raise your hands. All those opposed to the change. All right, let me just see what, you can put your hands down. I got it. Let me just see if, see what we get in the other room, please. It may take a second. Two in favor? Two defeated. Okay. Okay. Scratch that, reverse it. Like Willy Wonka. Got it. The question has been defeated in both rooms. The question fails. Question 3, to combine elected treasurer and elected collector of taxes to appointed treasurer-collector position, subject to MGL, Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 1B. To see if the town will vote to have its elected town treasurer and elected collector of taxes be combined as a single treasurer-collector to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen or take any other action relative thereto. Motion, please.
I move that the town vote to have its elected town treasurer and elected collector of taxes be combined as a single treasurer/collector to be appointed by the Board of Selectmen.
Does the motion have a second? Second. We've got a motion, we've got a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends unfavorable action.
At this stage, is there any discussion on the question? Let's start with, come on, work your way over, because we're going to need you at the microphone. Stad, you're going to get there first, so.
Thad Clavette, Highland Circle. Since this is, question 2 was voted down, what's the point of having this on there? Can we make a motion to kill this one?
So what we have is a motion to amend the main motion. I think it's going to be cleaner if we vote it. That's the flavor of the room. But before we do that, Thad, come forward, please.
Andrew Netherwood, Genevieve. Mr. Moderator, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Am I able to make a motion that we can't bring this back up for 5 years?
So, hold on. So, the answer is no. But let me tell you why, because I don't want to be the authoritarian one here. The answer is no, because it's not part of the warrant. And to me, your motion falls outside the four corners of the question. So in order to keep the thing consistent, no. But your question's well asked. Don't, you know, this is what we need to do here. So, what's that? I'm going to call the question. You have been great. Would you here? Listen, just take my jacket. We can save time. All right. We've had a motion. We've had a second. I do not see any more discussion. Now, again, same as the last question. If you are in favor of combining those two elected offices into one position, you are going to vote yes, and that's going to move it to the ballot in the spring. Everybody clear? All those in favor? All those opposed? The cafeteria has the question defeated. We will wait for the Jim. One yes. Okay. Okay. The question is defeated. Article 4. Increase the Board of Selectmen from 3 to 5 members as per Mass General Law, Chapter 41, Section 2, to see if the town will vote to increase the number of selectmen on the town's Board of Selectmen from 3 to 5 members or take any other action relative thereto. Motion, please.
I move that the town vote to increase the number of selectmen on the town's Board of Selectmen, or Select Board, from 3 to 5.
Do we have a second? It's got a second. Thank you, sir. Advisory Committee?
Advisory recommends unfavorable action.
Discussion. Keith, do you have anything you want to add here? Or would you? No? Okay. Jed?
Jed Berliner, Bennett Road. I like the idea of expanding the board, the select board, for 2 reasons, maybe 3. One is, I want the select board members to have an opportunity to legally and informally discuss issues. With a 3-member board, 2 of them violates the open meeting rule. So they can't have informal discussions. If it takes place, it's illegal. I don't like that. I like to see 5 because that will increase public input to the functions of the board, the discussions. It will make it more inefficient. And that's the price of democracy. That's the price of having more input, more vibrant discussion and debate. And if 5 select board members are now going to beat up the town administrator instead of only 3, that's the downside of the democracy we cherish, to have more input from the public. Thank you.
Jim, come on up.
James Smith, Glendale Road. I wasn't going to speak until I heard the prior speaker, and I'd just like to clarify a point. The 5-member board does indeed give the ability for 2 people to have a discussion outside, informally, without violating the open meeting law. But it also leaves open the ability for a chain discussion. Person A talks to person B, then person B talks to person C, person C talks to person D, et cetera. So I do not think that that is a good reason for a positive vote on this.
I got you. Come on over, Ted. Well,
Tad Brown, can you hear me?
absolutely, you're doing great.
So I stood over there waiting to get picked, and Jim just said what I was going to say. But I agree that that's the case. If you have these three guys, they have to do what they do in front of us every Monday night or whatever. If you have five, two of those guys can talk to two more guys, someone else, and you have undue influence. This is where you get backroom deals. The other last thing I would say is, right now, Brian has three bosses. These three guys are his bosses. Lauren works for Brian. So right now, Lauren has four bosses. If you add two more bosses, Brian has five bosses, and Lauren has six bosses. Most of us that are married have two bosses, and that's bad enough.
I always appreciate someone who's willing to take their life in their hands. Oh, don't worry, she's going to find out. Okay. I think we've had all the discussion. This, whichever way it goes, does not proceed to the ballot. It is a majority vote. If you vote yes, you're voting to increase the board from 3 members to 5. If you vote no, all those in favor? I'm sorry, did you understand the question, where we were going? I heard, oh, for what? So I just want, I'm a little, so a yes vote will change the board from 3 members to 5. That's all, so all those in favor of changing the board from 3 to 5, please raise your hands. All those opposed? The moderator declares a majority in this room. We will await the Jim. Yep. They did, unfavorable. Against, yep. Give us 1 second. Keep the coordination moving. Seven yes? The article is defeated. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to amend the general bylaws of the town, Chapter 3, Advisory Committee, Section 7A, revolving funds, to create a new electric vehicle charging station revolving fund as shown in the table below. So if you've got your questions, the table is in there, or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend the general bylaws of the town, Chapter 3, Advisory Committee, Section 7A, revolving funds, to create a new electric vehicle charging station revolving fund as printed on the warrant.
We've got a motion, we've got a second. Does the Advisory Committee have a recommendation?
The advisory recommends favorable action.
Is there any discussion on the question? John, do you want to add anything to that? I think we all know.
I don't have an electric car. You could ask Michelle, though, is it working fine?
Wow. Yeah. So I guess one selectman only cares if he has an electric car. No, I'm teasing. I get it.
Let me make a background here.
Go.
So as you said, Bob Markle, our former town minister, was instrumental in getting a grant to pay for these charging stations and graciously hosted by Becky and the Senior Center. There is, at this point, there was very little cost to the town, and there will be revenue to it. I know I heard from a couple of people that used it that it is up and running. That money is being accumulated, and when the software is fully installed, that money will come to the town. So there's really no downside to it, but we need this paperwork done. This, the next article, and there is a further article that gives an easement for basically the electric line that ran to the charging station. And that makes it happen.
Just before you go, I mean, just as a point, I mean, I think we're all aware, especially if you've been to annual town meeting for the last ever, there are multiple revolving funds within the community, and this is where funds are accumulated, whether it's at the transfer station or something like this. They need a fiduciary account for which these funds to be held and accounted for and bills paid. So this is really adding to the list that we have. Okay? Please.
Hi, Mara Ryan, Genevieve Drive. And my question, I guess, is it says on here that there's no full-time salaries. So who is going to be responsible for collecting funds, making sure the funds make their way back to the town? And then if there's issues with the maintenance, who's responsible for that?
Okay, the funding is software-based. Brian, you've been working on this. Do you have a couple answers for that, or? That's not live?
Is it on?
No. Still not live.
There we go.
It's not Memorex, it's live.
Yeah, so the users of the station will pay with a credit card through an app, and those funds will be accumulated and then sent to the town. And our hope is that they'll be placed in the revolving fund. So the revolving fund is an accounting mechanism that allows us to deposit revenues and pay expenses out of a fund without further town meeting appropriation. So it's a more efficient way to handle the chargers.
So are you going to be responsible for making sure that we get that money? Or who's going to be responsible to make sure that the app is working, the money's collected, the money comes back to the town? Again, it's a grant, so after the grant runs out and we still have this equipment, who's responsible for it? There's no position created for it. Are we going to then create a position for someone to say, this equipment doesn't work, we don't have an IT department, so how are we going to make up those costs?
Yeah, my understanding is that it would fall under the town administrator, subject to the review of the Board of Selectmen.
We're good with that.
Please.
Rich Weber, Mill Road. The question is the electric charging station a break-even venture or a revenue-making, or can we lose money on it?
Well, back to Maura's question, I mean, there's obviously a concern about wear and tear, but we installed it, basically had it installed for free. So people who get their cars charged, I think they're paying maybe 45 cents, something like that. There is definitely a profit to the town. These are level 3 chargers, which are very popular in the area. So we've seen people already using them on Sundays, Saturdays, nights. They show up on the app that they're located there. Right now, they are accumulating money for the town. We had no expense in putting them in.
Yes, but you have expense to send electricity to the charging station. Electricity is not free.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is the charge that you pay for it, there's a profit in there. Say it was 45 cents, and I'm throwing a number out. We're paying the electric company 20 cents. We're making 25 cents on it every 45 cents that you're being charged.
So is that adjusted accordingly? If the electric company goes up in rates, you charge more?
I believe so, yes. That's what I've heard from other communities. I think they have them at the Big Y. They have them up at the Holyoke Mall. Those rates have gone up with fluctuation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dick Patello, Treasurer. I'm no way pro-electric charging station. I thought this was a dumb idea. But these two articles, 3 articles are boilerplate. Basically, they're going to bill us for electricity. If we don't have a method for taking the cash in to pay the electric bill, then we're going to be paralyzed. As far as any extra costs or maintenance, if there isn't money in the revolving fund, the only place that's going to come from is back to town meeting, and the town meeting will say, this is stupid, we either won't do it or will do it. So you get another bite at the apple if the deal that Mr. Markle negotiated is a bad deal. So right now, it doesn't cost anything to do this, and we can at least see if it will turn a profit.
Gotcha.
Hi, Gabby Fisk, Hollow Road. Just want to say, no questions for you. You're off the hook for this one, but
The electric charging stations, as they aren't just revenue generating for the actual system. It also brings people into the town. They're going to sit there, grab lunch at the village market. They're going to go and stop at Dunkin' Donuts. They're going to maybe pick the gym across the street instead of the one in Ludlow because there's a charging station there. So just be mindful that it is not singular and micro to the individual system, but to the community as a whole. And that's from someone who is an electric car driver and does seek those out. So, and I go out of my way for those systems.
I think that, and that was an excellent point. Clearly, this is not a referendum on electric cars, whether you're for them or against them. This is simply establishing the mechanics to handle the money. Are there any more questions or discussion? This requires a majority vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The majority of this room is declared. We'll wait for the other room. I think to his credit, what they're doing in the other room is they are counting the votes. It's a much smaller room, so this is... I think the judge is there. There he is. Go. Got it. The article passes. Article 6, to establish a spending limit for the electric vehicle charging station revolving fund. Why did I know that was going to happen? To see if the town will vote to set an expenditure limit on the electric vehicle charging station revolving fund for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024, or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to set the expenditure limit on the electric vehicle charging station revenue revolving fund at $10,000 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024.
We've got a motion, we've got a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Is there any discussion on the question?
That Highland Circle. If this charging station is supposed to operate at a profit, why would we have any kind of spending limit whatsoever?
That's what I thought. I was going to let John answer it, but then anytime we set up a revolving fund, and all of the revolving funds, if you look at them, even on the annual town meeting warrants, they do have a dollar figure affixed to them. It's required by state law. Typically, it has a cap.
Okay, then can we change this to have a cap of like $100? No, it's spending money. That's what I'm saying. Money.
Please, thank you. Yeah, please, thank you, Dick. Nope, gotcha.
The whole point of the revolving fund is the nice electric car people are going to pay on their credit card, and that money's going to go into the revolving fund, and we are going to take that money in the revolving fund and pay National Grid for the electricity. If we put a $100 cap on, we're not going to be able to pay the electric bill. They're going to shut off the service. So all we need to do is establish on any revolving account a reasonable amount that we will likely not exceed. Most of the revolvings are somewhere between $20,000 and $90,000. This one's a fairly small one. So we don't want to have the National Grid having a shut-off notice.
You want to tell from your experience? Yeah. Go, please.
How's it going? My name's George Kudumash. I live on Main Street, right down with Old Fisher House. Talking about grants with Mr. Markle, nah, that's a bad seed right there. Now, this other thing is that...
George, hold on, please.
But where's the money coming from for...
Wait, hold on. Let's just stay with the article and no editorial,
Well,
okay?
Where's the money coming from for one? Okay? Now, we got solar panels up the street. We don't get nothing for it at all. Why aren't we getting anything from them? And plus, with the charging stations, they're running on diesel. Who pays for that? Who pays for the upkeep and everything else? And why are we always going to be the ones that have to pay for the brunt of this?
Okay, so let's eliminate the solar panels from the discussion because we got to stay within the context of the article. The explanation given for the revolving fund is that as the folks who utilize the charging station pay into it, those funds are used to offset the cost of the operation of it, and any overage is swept into the town accounts at the end of the year, which in essence is the profit for the town.
That we have to pay taxes on.
You won't pay, no, you won't pay taxes on it. The folks who utilize the system, who actually plug their cars into it, put in their credit card, that's going to generate revenue for the town, which will sit in account monitored by the town administrator. And the bills would be paid each month from the revenue brought in by those who used it. The town's not paying for this.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the end of the year, any overage in the account after all the bills are paid is swept into the town accounts.
But how many electric cars do we have in Hampden?
Yeah, those questions really aren't germane to this because this is simply setting up.
I'm just trying to find out what's the real purpose because I see it's not
Unfortunately,
a reality.
Unfortunately, so the issue here is that the questions you're asking, and I understand them, and they are important, but they are not germane to the article itself, and therefore these folks will not be prepared to answer them. They're simply here to set up the accounting procedure for dealing with those funds. So I understand your questions, but they don't fit with the warrant article.
All right, but if people don't use it, what good is it?
If they don't use it, then there's no charge to the town. It's a wash. The money comes in and goes out.
Where are these going to be located?
They're already in place at the senior center.
Oh, that's what those big boxes are?
Yes, sir. Yep, that's it. Okay?
Figured it was some stupid reason.
All right, we got this. Hey, these are all, you got to ask the questions. Otherwise, you don't know. By all means, please.
Yeah, it's Laura Gogan from Oak Knoll Drive. I'm just wondering if the financing is coming from the Biden infrastructure program. If there's, I mean, where are these funds coming from? Is it a grant from
Yeah,
the government?
I believe these were paid for with grant money already received by the town. So there was no cost to the town taxpayer
Right.
directly to put them in. So it was.
So where did the money come from? The grant?
It came
The
from.
grant?
I think it was a state grant.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm being advised it was a state grant. I don't want to be careful
Okay.
because I don't want to get in the debate, so.
That's the
Okay,
answer.
gotcha. All right. So what we're trying to do now here is establish the cap to which can be spent to pay the expenses of the revolving fund you just voted for. It has been recommended that the cap be established at $10,000. A yes vote will approve the cap as requested. All those in favor? Any opposed? The moderator declares a majority on the question in this room. We'll wait for the cafeteria. I mean the gym. The gymnasium is declared a majority. The article passes. Article 7, additional funding for the insurance account employee benefits. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to increase the budget line item 7.2 employee benefits or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer $90,000 from unappropriated available funds to increase budget line item 7.2 employee benefits.
The motion has been made and seconded. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Any discussion on the question? Seeing none, this requires a majority vote for the approval. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? There is, the moderator declares a majority for this room. Good. The article is passed. Article 8, additional funding for the police department account career incentive pay. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to increase the budget line 57.8 career incentive pay or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to transfer $7,500 from unappropriated available funds to increase the budget line item 57.8 career incentive pay.
The motion has been made and seconded. Advisory, a recommendation, please.
Advisory recommends favorable action.
We have a motion, a second, favorable action. Does the body have any discussion on the question? Seeing none, this is a majority vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? This is unanimous. We will wait for the other room. $7,500. The question passes. Article 9, additional funding for the cemetery commission account maintenance. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to increase the budget line item 21.3 maintenance or take any other action relative thereto.
Fine.
Thanks, Eiley.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Eiley Bond, 21 Meadowbrook Lane in Hampden. I'm a register of voters, so I saw some of you coming in. I'm also a cemetery commissioner. I move that the town vote to transfer $7,500 from unappropriated available funds to increase the budget line item 21.3 maintenance.
We have a motion, we have a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Any discussion on the question? Seeing none, this too will require a majority vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? This is unanimous in this room. The article passes. Article 10, Senior Center Expansion and Renovation, Mass General Law, Chapter 59, Section 21C. To see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of money by borrowing to expand and renovate the town's senior center located at 104 Allen Street, including all costs incidental or related thereto, and to authorize the treasurer with the approval of the selectmen to issue any bonds or notes that may be necessary for the purpose, and apply the premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes thereunder less such premium applied to the payment of costs of issuance of such bonds and/or notes, to pay project costs, and to reduce the amount authorized to be borrowed by the amount of the premium applied. Provided, however, that the vote taken hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, allowing the town to raise money needed to repay its share of the borrowing outside of the limits established by Proposition 2.5, Mass General Law 5921C, pass any vote or take any other action relative thereto. Gotcha.
Can I just say ditto?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, it would be. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate $5.96 million by borrowing to expand and renovate the town's senior center, located at 104 Allen Street, including all costs incidental or related thereto, and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the selectmen, to issue any bonds or notes that may be necessary for the purpose, and to apply the premium received by the town upon the sale of any bonds or notes thereunder, less any such premium applied to the payment of the cost of issuance of such bond or notes, to pay project costs and reduce the amount authorized to be borrowed by the amount of the premium so applied, provided, however, that the vote taken hereunder shall be expressly contingent upon approval by the voters at an election of a Prop 2.5 debt exclusion, allowing the town to raise the money needed to repay its share of the borrowing outside the limits established by Proposition 2.5 under Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 21C.
We have the motion. Do we have a second? We have the motion. We have a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
It is my understanding that the study committee has a presentation. We're going to talk about 15 minutes or less. I'm sure or less would do quite a bit. Before any questions or any by all means.
Moderator, all the town's registered voters may speak in an open or representative town meeting. In a representative town meeting, a registered voter who is not a town meeting member has a right to speak, subject to conditions prescribed by the meeting and the moderator. At no time tonight did you have any kind of prescription allowing for an outside resident, other than residents, to speak tonight. Do you still hold to that?
As of right now, I am unaware of any outside residents speaking. So, yeah, as of now, I'm not aware. Now, typically, if the presenter is a town resident, a member of the committee, typically, if there's a question that might be, say, technical in nature, we would defer to a consultant. For example, back in '93, when we did the transfer station closing, our engineers were here. It's happened many times since. But if a technical question were to arise, the question could be answered, but I would not look for it to be part of the presentation. Yep, you're welcome. Gary? Go ahead.
All set? Good evening. My name is Gary Weiner, 53 Mill Road. I'm chairman of the Hampden Senior Center Building Committee. Why are we back in front of you tonight? It's been suggested that we are children attempting to wear down the voters to get our way. Quite the contrary. The committee is a group of dedicated Hampden citizens who have been meeting twice a month for 2 years at the Senior Center. We have seen up close the current needs and determine the future needs of the Senior Center. We are back because the needs of the Senior Center and the Hampden community as well will not go away. I ask you to please pay attention because there has been much misinformation concerning this project. Please make no mistake, the committee has heard the concerns raised at May town meeting, by your selectmen, and by Hampden residents in the last 5 months. The revised presentation is not the same old, but the results of hearing your concerns while still providing for the needs of the center and the Hampden community. This is our current senior center. We're not proposing to knock it down. It is 25 years old, and like any structure or facility, it is aged and needs maintenance. 2 years ago, when the selectmen formed the Senior Center Building Committee, they asked the committee to look at the current needs as well as to try to project 20 years out what the future needs would be. When the committee met with the selectmen in June following the two town votes, they asked us about moving forward. The committee unanimously agreed not to quit and asked the selectmen for additional monies so that we could move forward. Selectmen approved the funding and asked us to detail a renovation-only scenario. No expansion. Leave the footprint of the building alone. The committee, at its earliest meetings 2 years prior, had reviewed the renovation-only option. But when faced with the reality of the spatial needs, we moved on to renovation and expansion. We have heard from some in the community that the senior center only needs to be refreshed and maintained to meet the community's needs. So let's talk about renovation only as an option. What's the building currently need today? It needs a new roof. It needs storage. These are today's photos. Go ahead. It needs an HVAC system, a sprinkler system. It needs bathroom renovations for the 2 bathrooms that are available in the center. It needs lighting upgrades and window repairs and/or replacement. Cost of the renovation-only option will be between $1.7 and $2 million. The committee spent many hours discussing and debating the needs of the renovation-only option, but found it does not address additional storage or the need for private program space. For example, blood pressure monitoring and nursing are being tended to in the library. In fact, bathroom renovation would require additional square footage, reducing storage or program space. All these renovations are current needs, then they're structural. What about program space? The senior center is not just a structure, but it's a people center, a community center. Lunch 5 days a week, a memory cafe for seniors with Alzheimer's and dementia, pitch and bridge in the library, knitting and quilting, yoga classes, both day and night for seniors and younger members as well. We have night drawing classes which are full up with adults of all ages participating. Our seniors have personal needs as well. The center has blood pressure monitoring, COVID and flu shots, and foot care and Alzheimer's programs. Becky and her staff have a farm share program that services 30 people a month. A brown bag program that provides 120 people a month with groceries. And we have our grab and go dinners monthly at $5 per person. The Hampden Senior Center is also a community outreach center. It is the only social agency in Hampden. And I like to say that again because I don't think a lot of people understand that it is the only social service agency in Hampden. Men, women, and children are aided in many ways by the staff. Insurance help for Medicaid and Medicare, veteran services, as well as SNAP, SHINE, and emergency fuel assistance program. 40 to 50 people a month take advantage of the center's emergency food assistance program. and the staff provides a healthy food clinic as well. The center can be available at night and weekends for private functions. Scantic River artisans use the center frequently. We have dinner dances, and recently it was used by St. Mary's Church and the Hampden Theater Guild. A few weeks ago, the FBI presented a safety program at night. And just last Thursday, over 100 people attended the annual Veterans Dinner. All these programs and functions require space. One question that has been asked since the very beginning of the committee's formation is, why not extend the senior center hours to 40 hours a week? The early opening would not result in additional program space, as seniors are not early morning active participants. If you have grandparents and some of you are older, you know, we don't get going as easily early as we used to. The afternoon hour is being looked at by the Director for Future Programs, and some current programs currently extend well into that 4 o'clock hour. Also, additional hours do not provide the additional storage space, consultation office space, and health and wellness space, the proverbial clipping toenails in the janitor's closet. One point to be made regarding the average daily use. As you can see on the screen, the weekday numbers show the center's well used. The weekend numbers are for those events that actually occurred. So those were the average on a Sunday and a Saturday when events were held. Those are the average numbers that were there at the center. Hearing the concerns voiced by Hampden citizens, particularly the cost of the project, the committee reassessed the design. Working with our consultants, the committee reduced the overall size and cost of the project. The new design, shown here, eliminates an office space at the northwest corner, a multi-purpose room at the southwest corner, and in the original design, we had moved the vestibule from here to here and opened up this area. What we've done in this is the entrance and vestibule remains the same in the same place, saving cost. The proposed design reduces the building expansion by 800 square feet, about 20% of the expansion that was previously proposed, and reduces the cost from $6.6 million to $5.96 million. The actual building cost, not the soft cost, are $4.75 million. The new design includes the renovations needs as well as providing for the additional needed storage space, over 320 square feet to be added, and the needed office, program space, and wellness space at the north side of the building. The new design maintains the required number of bathrooms. To point out, people have said, that's a lot of bathrooms you got there. Well, the fact is, seniors need a lot of bathrooms. But more than that, if you looked at the daily usage, you know that a men's room and one women's room, small in size, are not adequate for the needs. And also, this is your warming and cooling center. During emergencies and summer heat, this building serves that purpose. So the additional bathroom space would help during times of emergency. As previously noted, the Hampden Senior Center serves its Hampden citizens. This slide details a 15-month review done from July 2023 to October 2024. As you can see, 2,331 individuals came through the doors of the Senior Center. Over 27,221 people attended events. The 2,331 people, many of them came numerous times, as you can see, for events and for programs that the senior center puts on. One other point, if you notice, 89 volunteers, many on a daily basis, help out at the senior center. A question was asked by a member of the advisory board regarding the town demographics over the next 20 years. Currently, there are 2,000 seniors living in the town of Hampden, about 40% of the town, over the age of 60. Based upon the Hampden age list supplied by the town clerk, by 2044, Hampden will still have between 1,850 to 1,950 senior citizens over 60. This number doesn't include caregivers that come into the town for the Alzheimer's patients that come to the center. And also, new state housing laws passed this summer regarding granny flats may actually increase the number of seniors who can remain in town, remain on their property, and use the senior center. The Friends of the Hampden Senior Citizens have been raising funds for this proposed expansion. They have committed $250,000 toward the proposed expansion and will be conducting further fundraising efforts. The Friends currently have ongoing fundraising efforts, including the Heart Springs donation box at the center, tag sales, senior center boutique, and on October 25th this past month, GEO set aside 10% of their sales towards the expansion. Finally, two thoughts to consider. One, you should be proud of your senior center. In 2022, Becky Moriarty, your senior center director, was recognized as Senior Center Director of the Year in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Becky and her staff provide tremendous service, day in, day out, excuse me, I'm losing it, while functioning in a constrained building. Secondly, the Senior Center Building Committee members are all taxpayers, like yourselves, and throughout our 2 years of meetings have never forgotten to consider the cost to young families with children, as well as seniors on fixed income. However, when you consider that the cost of this project to the average taxpayer in Hampden would be less than $1 a day, the future needs of the town's seniors and the entire Hampden community, it can be fulfilled. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Any discussion? Gary, you might want to hang a bit just in case. Please come to the microphone.
Hi, it's me again, Gabby Fisk, Hollow Road. I'm under the impression that the Hampden Senior Center is utilized by towns and communities outside of Hampden, correct? Okay. Which leads me to also understand that the tax burden falls solely on community members within Hampden, correct? Even though it's utilized by others? Thank you. What I would like to see, I moved here with my young family specifically because of our community investment. I am not opposed to this. I think this is a phenomenal idea. I think we owe it to our community to invest in something like this. My concern is that we should really strategically and more aggressively be seeking out capital campaigns and additional grant fundraising for this, as opposed to just, although it is in the best interest, like not just donation boxes and smaller fractional fundraising commitments. So that's my only concern, is that we are, you say it's $1 a day per town resident, but it's significant when we talk about all of the other increases that we're seeing, and knowing that there are government and grant funds available for these specific projects, especially when they consider the impact to the larger community outside of Hampden. So I just urge everyone to really recognize that the burden does not have to fall solely on us, and that additional work should be done to seek out the efficacy of that opportunity.
Thank you. So that you know, early on, the committee reached out to our state legislators. They came and sat with us at the senior center, and we asked them specifically about funding and aid to help us fund this expansion. Unfortunately, they are looking at a budget that is busted, which they pointed out numerous times to us, and that there were no funds available. With regard to fundraising, you're absolutely right, and that's what the senior citizens are going to be doing with a vote of approval here at town meeting. We have started that, and we will be reaching out to the other members in the community, businesses in the community,
Gary.
before the Proposition 2.5 vote.
Excuse me one sec. Could we just please eliminate a little bit of the side chatter? It's going to get a little tricky for those who still want to speak and for Gary, although I think Gary tends to bulldoze ahead anyway. No, you're good. That's a positive compliment. Finish up.
I was just going to say the fundraising efforts with a vote of approval will move forward so that we can lower the cost before the Prop 2.5 vote override.
Rita Vale, Woodland Drive. Having volunteered 40 years for the Senior Center, the Council on Aging, and the Friends of Hampden Seniors, I want what is best for the Senior Center and also for the town of Hampden. I attended both public forums this year on the new proposed designs in May and in October, and I have the handouts from both of those meetings here. And from these papers is the following information. At our senior center, the average monthly participation in May 2024 is 183. In October 2024 is 155, a decline of 28 persons per month. These are not my numbers. They are senior center numbers. Something is causing this declining enrollment. Maybe it's the opening of the Wilbraham Senior Center and should be considered. Many votes are based on emotion, and I understand that, but I am a numbers person, and so here is just one more fact. The average square footage for new senior centers is 3.31 square feet per senior of the town. Hampden's present building already exceeds that number. The recent design is 5.8 square feet per senior. It is way out of line. I support the renovations that the building committee stated: roof, storage, bathrooms, HVAC, windows, but not this extensive expansion for millions of dollars. Thank you.
Young lady, did you want to address?
Famida Bashar, 23 Walnut Road. I just want to ask the $1 thing that you said. What's the cost for property tax that's going to increase, or a percentage for an average family? Thank you.
We asked the town treasurer to run a number of scenarios of the cost of this for the average taxpayer. If your home is worth $377,000, the worst case scenario would be about $314 a year. A better case scenario based on a lower interest rate when they go for bonding would be around $225 or $227 a year. And that's where the $1, less than $1 a day comes from.
Jim?
James Smith, Glendale Road. First of all, I'd like to say that I agree with what Rita Vale stated about the overall size of the project. I just think that it needs to be re-examined in a smaller footprint. And I know $1 a day sounds like a small number, but that's $365 a year. And for a lot of people, that's a big chunk of money, a chunk of money they don't have. I want a clarification on one point. Recently, I was invited to a Republican committee meeting in Wilbraham, and I said, "Where's your meeting?" They said, "Oh, at the senior center, Tuesday night." Is this a senior center or is this a community center? And will this be open if we expand it? Will it be open to the rest of the town for various groups? Youth groups, senior groups, any kind of groups that are just civic groups within town. Will it be open for that purpose? Thank you.
Fair enough. Gary?
Thank you, Jim. I think I touched on the fact that the senior center is open nights and weekends and is open for private functions, so that, as I say, the veterans had a dinner last Thursday. We've had the FBI in. Certainly dinner dances are conducted for St. Patrick's Day and other events. So yes, it is open. And as we pointed out on the usage, it does get used on Saturday and Sunday.
Yes, sir. Oh. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. One other point to be made. We have been tracking, Becky has been tracking since Wilbraham came on board as to whether or not the impact of the new senior center in Wilbraham has affected the programs and the number of people coming. And she has kept track, and to date, we have not seen a decrease. I know that the number that you're pointing out, I don't know where they came from, but I do know that the numbers that Becky has been tracking over the course do not show a decrease in usage at our senior center because of Wilbraham. And understand, seniors go to both centers. Different programs are available, so they may be on any given day over in Wilbraham and then come back to Hampden for yoga at night or painting, those kind of things.
Yes, sir. Please.
Hello. Eric Vanderleeden, Raymond Drive. So I have a question. So much like yourself, I am a chairman of a committee in town, the Fiber Optic Committee. So what we did is, what our job, we were tasked, I was on the committee for the last 2 years, tasked with trying to do what's best for the community. And I will say for the record, I think what Becky in the Senior Center does for you guys is phenomenal. She's next to, you can't compare her to anybody else. She's phenomenal. But the scope of this project is so large and so expensive. Our selectmen are currently working diligently on getting this very building back. And I know you guys know this because it's been presented in town meetings. That being said, why don't we look bigger? Stopgaps in the meantime, your foot care and closets. Open a little bit later. Get that foot care in appropriate rooms. It may be late, a little later, a little hours, whatnot. Let's work on the small things and look at the bigger picture. Our town hall is in desperate need of renovation. We have lots of capital expenditures coming in the next 5 to 10 years. Let's combine those efforts and let's look at something bigger like Thornton Burgess, as opposed to one massive purchase right now to renovate a building that, frankly, the other piece of the puzzle on my next question was, I see lots of facts about people coming in and out and those numbers, and they're great. How many % of those are Hampden residents? How many are not? Because I know my parents, my mother-in-law go there all the time, East Longmeadow and Holyoke. They're not residents. So that's also hitting our tax base too. So it would be nice to know what number of those folks are from Hampden and what number are from not. Thank you.
Thank you. The numbers as we track them, and Becky, correct me if I'm wrong, the number of seniors in town that use the center versus the total is around 58 to 60%. So that the remainder, yes, they come from other communities. But they understand they come because Becky and the staff offer the outreach and the programs that fit. Their Alzheimer's program is the best in the area, so that, again, there is a flux. And by state law, senior centers are open to all individuals over a certain age.
please. And then Jim, are you coming back up? Yes. Okay.
Shorter. Mary Ellen Glover, Northview Terrace. While I appreciate all that the Senior Center does for Hampden and its recent efforts to expand its offerings, I am disappointed that after its initial expansion and a renovation proposal was defeated twice by Hampden voters just 5 months ago, we are once again being asked to approve a Senior Center renovation and expansion project. Rather than respect the will of the people as evidenced by their vote, those involved with the Senior Center have chosen to review their initial proposal and are now back to request funding for a revised plan. This is not a radically different plan, however, and in reality, the cost is decreased by only about 10% from the original proposal. Although the rate at which we get the bonds for this project is hard to predict with accuracy, we can assume that the average taxpayer with a $377,000 house will be paying between $250 and $350 per year, every year for 20 years. By approving the project, the average home will be paying a total in the range of $6,000 to $7,000. And don't forget that a house worth more will pay more. Also remember that after bonds are paid off, taxes are rarely reduced. Rather, the money is usually allocated for another purpose. The question is not, will an improved senior center be nice? It is a question of priorities. It is not what can we afford, it is how do we want to spend our money. It is not, should a small group of residents with special dedication to the senior center decide on its future, or should the taxpayers who will be paying the bill decide? There is usually a way around the vote of the public, but if democracy is to prevail, the vote of the public should rule the day. With all the projects facing us, we need to prioritize our needs and determine what we can afford. Have you been to the grocery store recently? We do not know what the future holds, but we do know that citizens are not an endless well of money and have made their wishes known on 2 separate occasions. We are morally obligated to listen to the voters. They have spoken twice and are clear on the future they want. They are dedicated to using our resources frugally, bearing in mind all the needs of the town. Please vote no on Article 10. Thank you.
Jim, before you go. Before you go, I just want to, we're approaching the half-hour mark on the question. I am not necessarily inclined to cut off debate. I would just ask is if you wish to come to the microphone, please do, but please be aware that let's not be as repetitive. The longer it tends to go, the more repetitive it tends to get. So again, you're welcome to come up, but just be cognizant of what has been said. Go.
I just wanted a clarification, and Gary, thank you for pointing out the additional activities that are going on at the center. The point I was making was the senior center being a community center is somewhat like the pavilion at the rec. It's available, somebody just contacts Parks and Rec, hey, I would like to use it on such and such a day, here's the group that wants to use it. And if it's available, they're granted permission to use it. Obviously, they have to be responsible for it, et cetera. It seems like everything that's done at the senior center now is initiated from the top down or from internally. And my point about it being a community building is that people in the community, let's say the garden club, wants to hold some sort of event there. Would they be free to pick up the phone, call the administration and say, hey, Thursday night, such and such, we'd like the building for 4 hours. And they would look at the calendar and say, it's available, come on in.
Okay.
The answer to that is yes, they can do that through the senior center. That's the way it works now, Jim.
Mr. Rivest, before you go, the young lady who's behind, nope, come on up. No. Okay, nope, that's good. All right, so John's going to want to speak. you're both looking at moving the vote. Hold on. We are going to move in a second. John, you go first, then there's the gentleman in the back.
Randy was waiting before, so.
All right. Randy, if it's about moving the question, I just want to wait a second. All right, please.
Randy Rivas, South Road. First, I'd like to recognize Mr. Gary Weiner for his service to the town. Appreciate all you do, sir. Thank you. Well, we've heard about a variety of figures in town. We've heard about the hours of operation being part-time, 30 hours, 35, whatnot. We've heard about the potential low user counts, averaging 3.3 or 7.7 users per day, depending on the math that's used. We talked about the low percentage of Hampden residents that utilize this facility. We've had some questions about private functions, whether there's a rental cost to that, a lot of questions. But I do encourage my fellow Hampdenites that there needs to be a broader financial strategy for Hampden. While the mission of the Hampden Senior Center Committee is notable, its results for its nearly 5 years of consultation are in question, having potentially missed the mark regarding the original request by the Select Board, and with only a trivial recent cost reduction in its estimate from $6.6 to $5.96 million. The project is still very expensive, and we can only assume that interest on the bond over the lifetime of it will further increase the perceived cost. Even after cost reduction efforts, there is no indication from past performance that the committee can settle on a plan that meets the needs of the senior community and the expectations of the community at large. The projected tax impact, ranging from $7,000 to $20,000 per homeowner over time for the life of the bond, is undeniable. Given what we as a town are facing in the future in the form of a multi-million-dollar fire station, a multi-million-dollar renovation of TWB, a multi-million-dollar decommissioning of the current townhouse, it is also unfeasible. It's time to prioritize fiscal responsibility and reject this unwanted expenditure for a third time. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Before you go, I've been handed a note that the babysitters are looking to try and depart about 8:30. I get it. Let us see if we can wrap this up. But before, John, I know you're behind me and you want to go. You were looking to move the question, but I see someone who we haven't heard from all night right behind you. Connie, I'm going to have John go. Do you have something new, or is it, I just don't want to hit the same themes again? Okay. All right. You're up.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. My name is Joe Green. I live at 21 Tall Pines Road in Hampden. I move that the town vote to appropriate an amount not to exceed $1,872,000 to cover the costs of renovating the senior center in Hampden, with all the attendant bond issues as already stated.
Okay. So what we have here is a motion to amend the original, or it is commonly referred to the main motion. In order for us to have any discussion on this point, it will require a second. This is going to be some more conversation, but it's Robert's rules, and we do need to follow. Did I hear a second? Okay. So we have a motion to amend the main motion to a new number of, I'm sorry, could you give it to me again, please?
The original, the amendment, yes.
Just the number.
$1,872,000, not to exceed.
Not to. So the motion has been made to amend the number from 5.9 to 1,000,000, not to exceed $1,872,000. Now, in order to bring this into play, again, it needs a second. I believe I heard one. We have a motion, we have a second to change the number from 5.9 to 1,872,000. At this point, I don't believe this requires an advisory recommendation. It's got a motion and a second, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Advisory recommends unfavorable action on the motion.
Okay. Yeah. That was to change the number, the whole number. That would be a question for the treasurer. We are going to have discussion on this now. I'm sorry, I know. But we do have to do this in a methodical way. John, I would have you raise that question. So right now, you're set. So let's talk about where we are. Right now, what we're talking about is simply changing the number from 5.9 to 1,872,000. This is an amendment to the main motion. So we're going to have now a discussion on the pros and cons of utilizing this number. We will then, at the close of discussion on that, take a vote as to whether or not you accept the new number, and that will require a majority vote. If a majority passes, then we will go to a 2/3 vote on the actual number, on the new number. So where we are right now is we are going to have discussion on the motion to lower the number to 1,872,000. Connie, is your conversation with regard to the 5.9 as if no amendment had happened, or where are you coming in here? All right, so why don't we wait, because now we're that's what we're going to do now. Okay. All right. So it's okay. Listen, so Connie was not aware that the motion to amend was coming. The motion to amend is now on the floor. We need to discuss the motion. The first thing I want to do is, Gary, do you want to comment on the motion to change the main motion to 1,872,000? Okay, go. I got you.
I'm not sure where that number came from, other than the fact that we did talk that renovation only was $1.7 to $2 million. I would point out, and I think I spoke to that fact, that renovation only does not solve or move the senior center forward. And in fact, what would happen is that the bathrooms that need to be renovated are going to get bigger. So if you don't change the footprint, you keep the footprint only and the renovation number as it is, the senior center actually loses program space and library space by the enlargement of the bathrooms. And with that regard, also, a lot of the programs that now have to share space and are negated, if you will, on certain days of the week. Quick example, the tax people that come in on February, March, close down the room here for 3 days to quilting and to painting. Anyway, I don't want to belabor the point, but a renovation only, which we looked at, would not help in terms of the future, but also in the immediate needs of the center would actually decrease the amount of available square footage.
All right, wait, John, I recognized a few minutes ago.
My question about the amendment was... My question about the amendment is kind of for you, Dick. The language of the original article talks about bonding in the 2.5. If there's a lower number, does that language change at all? Because maybe you don't need to, or would you still have that authority in your pocket?
My interpretation is the way the amendment was phrased, it would still be subject to a 2.5 override on a ballot, and it would still give the same bonding authority. The only thing that was changed was the number, and obviously the number changes the scope of the project, but it doesn't change any of the legal hoops or financial hoops we have to jump through to get there.
Even though the lower number possibly could have been fit inside the levy, but the way it's
It
phrased...
could have been, but that's
that's
not the question before us.
Okay.
Exactly right. Okay, no, it's fair. All right. Yes, please.
Tina Duran, Steepleview Drive. Gary, I have a question for you. The figure that you're giving also includes soft costs, correct? No. How much is it without the soft costs?
That's why we said.
Go ahead.
The $2 million does include the soft cost. The 1.7 as brought forth by the architect did not, and that's why I was saying the range is between 1.7 and $2 million with soft.
Expansion. For the expansion. With the expansion.
Oh, with the expansion, most of the soft costs are rolled into the 5.96.
Okay. Without, can you take the soft costs out?
Hold on, you guys. What I'm going to need to do is have you step up to the microphone and Gary step back, because it can't turn into a conversation
Okay.
between the two of you.
What is the expansion without the soft costs?
Without the soft cost, the cost of the building alone is $4.75 million. The soft costs, for people who probably are not in the construction end of it, are things like we need a construction supervisor. We also need to pay for permits and regulatory fees and expenses. And the architect generally builds in a 10% contingency to make sure that we do not go over the budget that the town meeting approves. Anybody that's aware of Wilbraham understands that the cost of the Wilbraham Senior Center was exceeded, and part of that reason was because the contingency costs were too low for that senior center.
Okay, I apologize for keep coming back here. I do work for the senior center, and I just want to say, the people that come through our doors, we're busting at the seams. Somebody mentioned not to worry about foot care. Where are you going to put it? Right now, it's in a janitor's closet.
I need to cut you there because you're starting to tread on some of that same conversation about the issues of the building
All right,
scope.
one other thing I want to mention then is a couple of people mentioned that this was brought up to vote twice and voted down twice. There was a lot of miscommunication both times. We had people that left because they thought that it went through, if you remember.
I do.
Okay? So that was one mistake. Anybody could have made that mistake, but people just left the building. Then it went through to the ballot, even though we thought it wasn't going to go through. So there were people that came into the senior center after the vote was voted down, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know that the vote was going to count, so I didn't go." And tonight, there are a lot of seniors that I spoke with at the senior centers today that said, "I can't come. I don't drive in the dark." Well, I know that the friends were offering rides to come to the senior center, but still they were reluctant to do that. What I'm going to say to you tonight is, regardless of how you feel about the expansion, allow this to go to the ballot. Allow it to go to a ballot where the entire town has the opportunity to vote. Not just after 6:30 p.m. at night when it's dark and it's cold, and we have the majority of our seniors that will not come out. And to be honest with you, I will accept personally. I will accept personally your decision.
Yes, sir.
And I think everyone will.
All right.
If you let it go to a vote.
We have a point of order. Hold on. Let's keep it even. Yes. All right. I got it. All right. Now, I know we've got people still lined up. Connie, if you've got something that's not a repeat, John, what are you going to be on?
Connie Witt, 477 Main Street. Mr. Moderator, there is a difference. Oh, thank you. I am short, aren't I? There is something different here. Mass Commission on Elder Affairs recommends that senior centers have between 4 and 5 square feet per senior. Wait a minute. Hampden has 4.75 square feet. If the senior center got a new roof, a sprinkler system, and the baths done, it should be under $500,000.
Connie.
Can we please bring this to annual town meeting?
Hold on. Connie,
Yes.
we're good, because we're outside the four corners of the article now. I've tried to give some latitude, but we need to kind of move forward. And some of this is repetitive, and some of it's outside the article. So I'm going to cut it there. John, if you've got something that's new and unique, because we need to.
I hope so. Thank you, Rick. One quick point, and I heard it said before, the town turned it down. Let's remember that the last vote required 2/3. So a majority of the people here in attendance in May did vote for it. It was successful. It just didn't make the documented 2/3. And then I think, as was said, it went to a vote afterwards, and for whatever reason, people weren't sure about the impact of the vote. It didn't pass there. This is a new proposal. The committee, which I've been a part of for over 2 years, has worked hard at listening to the questions last time. We didn't have enough information. The money is too much. What's it going to mean to my wallet? And that was a great answer tonight. The average impact to the wallet, not the number that was given out earlier, was going to be $7,000 over 20 years. That meant that half the people, it was less. What was stated was it's going to be 7 up to 20. And no one said, half the people, it's going to be less than 7 down to whatever. Be fair about it. This is a part of the community that has served the public with, and the number was 2% of the budget. 30+% of the population with 2% of the budget. Please keep that in mind, that this would bring it up to 5% of the budget. Thank you.
Before we go any further, what is required first, and I'm going to move the question, what is required first is a vote to accept the amended number of 1.872. So this is an amendment to the original main motion. This requires a majority vote. So if you vote in favor of this, you're saying you want to spend, you only want to use the 1.872. If you vote no, then we go back to the original 5.9. Are we prepared to vote on the amendment?
So, Mr. Moderator.
Hold on. No, hold on. Rita, if you're going to do a point of order, you need to come up here, and I need to recognize Mr. Rivest first. Yes, sir. Come to the microphone. Hey. Listen, this meeting is not going to be bullied by anybody. You follow the rules.
But it will follow parliamentary procedure, won't it?
It will.
I'm just asking a point of inquiry.
That's
on
fine,
the
but you were
procedure.
asked to come to the microphone, and you snapped back no. I'm asking you, come to the microphone
Mr.
now.
Moderator, respectfully, I didn't hear you snap back at any of the others that were out of decorum for procedure, so, yeah. The point of inquiry, the question is it a 2/3 vote for the motion to amend, or is it majority?
It is a majority vote on the motion to amend. If the motion to amend is successful and it gets its majority, we will then take another vote, which will be a 2/3 vote to approve and send it to the ballot. So all you're voting on right now, fair question. What you're voting on first is a majority vote, and it's to replace the original number of 5.9 with the motion number of 1.872. Does that get it?
Yeah, final inquiry. Can we confirm the dollar amount to avoid a 2.5 prop override? Can we confirm that dollar amount?
So according to the treasurer, and I'm inclined to agree from the moderator's perspective, the way the question is written, the article is written, it only provides for the 2.5 override debt exclusion. So even if the number changes, it does not change the framework of the article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
You are absolutely welcome. You want to? We are, okay, so we are going to, so now we are going to vote. We have potentially, bear with me, we have potentially 2 votes in front of us. The first vote, again, is a majority vote to accept the 1.872 million. If it fails, we will then go backwards and vote on the 5.9. But we must vote on this number first. So, yes, sir.
Make a motion. Is it possible to make a motion for a secret ballot for this amendment?
It is. So basically, what's being asked is that, and I want to make sure everybody understands, what's being asked is that we do a secret ballot on the majority question. It needs to receive a second before we can go any further. So you have put that in the form of a motion to go to secret ballot.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Mary Ellen, you're going to second that. All right. So now what's going to happen is we are going to go to a secret ballot on this, and we will be also, then we have to vote the final number. Oh, hold on. The secret ballot, wait, let me do Jack first and then I'll come back. What I'm understanding is a motion has been made to use a secret ballot to vote for the amendment. And that would be a majority vote.
I just have a point of information request, please. Kathy Pestilano, Chapin Road. Why are we not being given the opportunity to vote whether or not we want to go to secret ballot? I understand that somebody made a motion, and I understand that somebody seconded it, but don't we, as a body, have a right to vote whether we want that? Because that's not what you said.
That's where we're going. So now we have to take a majority vote. Hold on one sec. All right. Thank you. I got one right. Listen, could we all just quiet down for a minute? We have a motion, we have a second to go to a secret ballot on the motion to amend. So if you vote yes right now, then you want to have a secret ballot. I'm sorry, if you vote yes, you're voting for a secret ballot on the motion to amend. If you vote no, we're going to proceed to the vote, show of hands, on the motion to amend. All those in favor of the secret ballot? Any opposed to the secret ballot? In this, hold on, we got to get this right. In this room, the secret ballot is defeated. We'll wait for the other room. Failed. All right, there will be no secret ballot on the motion to amend. Hold on now. Let's quiet down because there's a lot of unpacking to do here, and I get it, and it can be somewhat frustrating. Rest assured, it is a little for me to try and keep it straight. Now, what we are proceeding to the vote on is the motion to amend the original motion. We are voting whether we want to reduce the number from 5.9 to 1.872. So if you vote yes right now, we are lowering the number to 1.872. Yep, you need to come to the microphone. You're starting to wear them out.
I'm sorry. Tina Durand, Steepleview Drive. Okay, I have a question regarding if you amend the dollar amount down, and then you just vote on, it's voted down on this, and we go to the 5.9. If the 5.9 doesn't go through, is it over, Or let me, no, let me ask you, does that mean that we no longer can ask for the renovations, which we so desperately need?
Yes, I mean, that's my understanding. This will end it for now. I don't.
So why aren't we going from the 5.9 first, then the amendment?
Nope, because Parliament,
Never mind.
you have to go with the procedure.
Melanie Joy Cooper, Bennett Road. I'd make a motion to vote on this amendment.
That's what we're going to do right now.
Thank you. Let's move the question forward.
So again, everybody hang in there. Come on, we're getting there. I know this is not easy. The first thing you are voting on, and I hate to beat it to death, but I want you to understand it because this is not a lot. This is a lot to follow through on. The first thing you're voting on, this is a majority vote to lower the number to 1.872 million. All those in favor of the number as moved? This is to go lower. Those opposed to the new number? I have it as defeated in this room. The original number stays. We'll see what the other room comes to. So as it stands right now, this room is going to be voting on the original number. It's down. Okay. We are now back to voting on the original number. This requires a 2/3 vote. Okay, this requires a 2/3 vote. On the original $5.9 million, we are going to count this vote manually. So I want to make sure we get it right. So what's going to happen is I'm going to ask everyone to put up their hands. The counters will count the yes votes first, then we'll do the no, and then we'll do the tally. If you are in favor of the $5.9 million, please raise your hand and please keep it up. You guys, what are you, one yes? Doria, do they have the sheet from the other room with the yeses, or are they going to tally them separate? Are they just going to bring it all in at once? Okay, thank you. If you voted yes, you can put your hands down. You know, why would I expect that to come from you? Would you like have sat here till like 1 in the morning that way? It's good to see you, Jed. It's been a long time. They're going to bring it all in at once? Okay. All those opposed to the question, raise your hands and please keep them up. Your no votes are now. Okay. The yeses total 108. The noes total 172. The percentage is .38. The article fails. Did you get that? Okay. Okay, we need to keep going. If you are gonna leave, please keep it down. We need to keep moving. Article 11. What?
Yes, 108, no, 172. 108,
Yeah, 108.
yes.
You're welcome. Okay, Article 11. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, borrow, or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to extend the existing water main from the intersection of Glendale Road and Scantic Road northeastward, approximately 1,900 feet along Glendale Road to the intersection of Cross Road, and further to extend the intersection of Glendale Road and Cross Road southward approximately 1,050 feet along Cross Road, where it will connect to the existing water main on Cross Road, located approximately 400 feet north of the intersection of Cross Road and Scantic Road, and by further extending the existing water main from the intersection of Scantic Road and South Munson Road northeastward approximately 800 feet along the South Munson Road to the front of parcel ID number 14-040-00, also known as 27 South Munson Road, and further by extending the existing water main from the intersection of Scantic Road and South Munson Road southeastward approximately 1,100 feet along Scantic Road to the front of parcel ID 14-020-004, also known as 148 Scantic Road. Map attached as attachment A, and to connect additional sewers to the additional users, excuse me, not sewers, big different, connect additional users to the water system or take any other action relative thereto.
Good job. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to appropriate up to $2 million by borrowing to extend the existing water main as described and printed on the warrant, and to connect additional users to the water system, and that up to $2 million be borrowed by the treasurer, who is authorized, with the approval of the select board, to issue any bonds or notes that may be necessary for that purpose as authorized by general laws, chapter 44, subsections 7 and 8, and or any other general or special law, for a period not to exceed the maximum number of years authorized by law, and to apply the premium received by the town upon the sale of any such premium applied to the payment of the costs of insurance and such bonds and notes, to pay project costs to reduce the amount authorized to be borrowed by the amount of the premium so applied.
We have a motion, we have a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Before we go any further, because there's some discussion to be had here, I just want to let the folks in the other room know that I have a pretty good idea that there might be enough seats if you all want to work your way in here. If you're really comfortable there, that's good too. But just know the opportunity is there. We now back to our original program. We had a popcorn machine in there. Back to our original program. We have a motion, we have a second, we have a recommendation. Anything you want to add?
Not much to add here. This is just what we had brought back in the annual town meeting in the spring. This is just an extension to remediate the PFAS contamination from the transfer station. Just on that note, we did apply for a bunch of grants. There was a one-stop community grant for up to $2.3 million. That got denied in October. However, we have a verbal commitment to an emerging contaminants grant for $1 million. Obviously, it's a verbal at this moment, but we're hoping to get that.
Are there any questions? Oh, the advisory gave a recommendation already. They gave favorable. You know, you make one mistake.
no, I'm teasing. I'm talking to Sheila. I owe you a huge thank you, so we're good. Now you've had the motion, the second, the presentation, or the brief explanation. Are there any questions? Okay, this is going to require a 2/3 vote because of borrowing. I'd like to find out if there's anybody still in the other room. If they want to come in, I'd like to give them a second at the risk of delaying the vote. They're hanging out in there. All right, so this requires a 2/3 vote as it is borrowing. If we need a count, we'll take a count. So let's start with all those in favor of the question, please raise your hands. Are there any opposed? This room has the necessary 2/3. They're all in here? Great, everyone's in here, so we got 2/3. The article passes. We are now on to Article 12, Fire Station Hazardous Materials Abatement. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to undertake the abatement of hazardous building materials at the Hampden Fire Station or take any other action relative thereto.
Edward Pullen, Glendale Road. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer $12,000 for unappropriated available funds to undertake the abatement of hazardous building materials at the Hampden Fire Station.
Got a motion, we've got a second. Advisory?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Is there anything you want to say to this, Ed, or any questions?
This was when we had the Mitchell report building assessment done. This was something that was recognized as a hazard that was in the building and shell of the building. It has become broken up and is lifted, tiles have lifted, and it's asbestos, so we're looking to have that abated by a company.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, this is a majority vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. The article is passed. Article 13, Fire Station Generator Installation. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to install a generator at the Hampden Fire Station or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer $25,000 from unappropriated available funds to install a generator at the Hampden Fire Station.
The motion has been made and seconded. Advisory Committee recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
This requires a majority vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? The majority is declared. We are on Article 14, the electronic voting system purchase. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to purchase an electronic voting system or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town take no action on this one.
Advisory?
Advisory recommends favorable action on the no action.
Favorable action to no action. Never saw so many people happy about doing nothing. This requires a majority vote to take no action. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? Whoop. On no action. There you go. The moderator declares a majority. The article passes. Oh, yes. I think, no, so maybe, do you want, yeah, come on over. Feel free, make it a party. I just want to see it.
Making me get up and down, up and down. The answer to that is that we wanted to try it out at this town meeting. We weren't able to do that, so we're going to bring it back as a test again at the annual town meeting before we decide to spend the money. We are now on Article 15, Thornton Burgess
Thornton Burgess School Planning and Improvements to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money to plan for the renovation and repair of the Thornton Burgess Middle School, to make such renovations and repairs at the Thornton Burgess Middle School, and to move those departments, boards, committees, and commissions currently housed in the townhouse to the Thornton Burgess Middle School, or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer $100,000 from unappropriated available funds to plan for the renovation and repair of the Thornton Burgess Middle School, and to make such renovations and repairs at the Thornton Burgess Middle School.
There you go. We had a motion, we had a second. If the query over there was about, I have to read the whole article, the motion is inside the article. Gotcha. Okay, so now we have a motion, we have a second. Do we have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Favorable. John, anything to add? Go. Oh, we have a question coming. You can address the question. Come on up.
Ryan Genevieve. As a former school committee member who served the town, we knew back then that the building was going to cost over $1 million for the parking lot. There needed to be a new roof. There was a problem with the furnace. I'm pretty sure $100,000 isn't going to cover that, but I'm just curious what that $100,000 is going to cover.
Go ahead, John, you answer it.
Thank you, Maura, and thank you for your service on the school committee. Brian has done quite a bit of work with Ty and Bond, analyzing the current state of the building. There will be a more robust proposal coming back in the spring. However, there is things we can do right now. We need to commission a study, for instance, of the ventilation system. Look at what needs to be done for doors. We all know there's a billion consultants out there looking for work. There also can be things we can apply for, grants, but sometimes you need a little money down to get the grant. You know, you might ask for matching funds. This might, when we say we're going to get a grant for $1 million, but they require the town to kick in 50. This gives us the latitude to go forward. But again, this is a step forward. Maura's right. We know there's a long list of things that need to be done, but the reality is, look around. The bones of this building are in great shape. Even though Rick and I enjoyed our time here back in the 1800s, we still think, you know, I think we both said eighth grade was the best 3 years of our life in this building. So, Jim, before your time, or after your time, I don't know.
Jim.
1700s. John, I noticed that the motion did not include the original article that had the portion and to move those departments, boards, committees, and commissions currently housed in the townhouse to the Thornton Burgess School. That's deliberate. That's not in the motion. I just want to make sure that was clear.
Again, same thing. There have been questions coming up. We want to make sure we have a fully configured plan. People ask, okay, how are you moving? What's moving? And another question, what are you doing with the old town hall? That's a good question. The background on this, and this may be a little deeper than Rick was looking for, we had an estimate of $4 to $7 million to bring the town hall up to code. And when you're done, what do you have? You have a building that's up to code and still too small for the municipal operation. We needed to do something. This is where we're looking. Maura's right. This has been on the table since the middle school task force days. We've been talking about this, and it's time to, let's say, fish or cut bait. We'll use that expression.
So, moderator, if I may, we had a study done for the school committee for both towns that had all those financial numbers in it. Given the fact with inflation, there's a percentage you can use to increase that. Why would we spend $100,000 to do a new study for what we already know?
Yeah, it's not a study. I'm saying there are certain repairs that can be done, like ventilation, cleaning, things like that.
Yeah, Eric Forney, Ames Road. Is this another nail in the coffin and never to use this as a school again? Because we got our kids crowded in Wilbraham, and we got a school sitting right here, and now we're going to spend all this money. It's going to have nothing to do with using it as a school.
I don't want to speak for the school committee. I think we all saw, and Maura could probably answer more, the efficiency of using this building in a school environment was not there. And Sorry?
No, let's not do that.
Yeah, so this is where we're going to go. The school committee has released the building back to the town of Hampden. And what their plans are for, you'd have to bring up with them. Okay. Eric, it's a good question, though.
And also, just as a point of reference, if I understood, one of the rationales for changing the motion would be to give us having this work done in the interim, the study work done, but also allowing the town to vote for the future use of the building. That's the other reason, Jim, why it was taken out, so that this vote wouldn't corral the town meeting into moving into it. It would make the necessary, my understanding is make the necessary repairs and do the consultation work, and then allow the voters to decide, did we truly want to go in that direction? And I only say that to Mr. Forney's question. Mary Ellen?
There has been discussion for some time, or periodically, let me put it that way, about building a new middle school in Wilbraham on Minnechaug property. And one of the things that would do is cost us 25% of the total cost of a brand new building. Once we reconfigure Thornton Burgess, then we're not going to have the option of saying, well, that's okay, we'll just take our kids back to Thornton Burgess, rather than pay 25% of a brand new building.
We're starting
so we have to sort of
all right,
think.
so I got to stop you there, because we're starting to get outside the four corners of the question. The question is designed as to whether or not we're going to allow the funding to do the study and the work on this building as it is. Those other votes are down the road.
But once we allow the funding, we've taken the first step.
So your choice is not to allow the funding. So that's what the vote comes down to. I got you. Okay, but I just want to make it clear, because we're getting a little far afield. Yep. And I see at least one question. I saw one hand in the back. You'll need to come forward if you have a question. Go.
I just want to reference Mr. Forney's question. The school committee has sent, in 2017, they sent a letter to the Mass State Building Authority saying that this school would no longer be used as a school building. And last month, the current superintendent, with under the direction of the school committee, sent a letter to the state saying that this building would be taken offline as a school.
All right, we got two, and then I think we're ready to go to the vote. Please.
Andrew Netherwood, Genevieve. One of the questions I got, and I see it everywhere all the time, is charter schools. I mean, we have a perfectly good building. I've seen charter schools pay for the entire renovation of a building, and then the town collects the revenue of up to, I've heard, quite a few $1 million. And we could use those funds to fix other buildings in town and do a revolving fund with that. Has that been looked into?
Yeah, it hasn't been looked at yet, is the response I got. But again, it goes back into the in keeping of the actual question itself. We're going to vote on that. Yep.
Linda DeVries, Genevieve.
Thank you.
As I understand this, we're voting on the whole article, or are we voting on just the renovations for this building? Not what we're going to do with it.
Yeah, just renovations.
Just the renovations.
Yeah. Its future use is not determined by this question.
All right.
Yep.
And back to that other man who said about using this as a school. Now, somebody else said that in, the government circle, this cannot ever be used as a school?
My understanding of the answer, just to save you the walk, is that the regional school district has told the state that they are taking this building offline as a school. And that comes from the regional school district.
Okay, the reason we took in the beginning, 4 years ago, was it, our kids out of here and put them over there, okay, was because we didn't have enough kids to fill the building. And they didn't look at the future. They said, well, they did. They said there will never be enough kids to go to the middle school. On our street alone, this year, we have added 10 kids. So I don't think we're looking at the future when we say this may never be a school again.
And that is why they amended the motion to take out and relocate, so that the future use of the building will just be decided by the voters at a future date. This question is only for funding for some currently needed repairs, renovations, and/or a study. It has nothing to do with its future use.
So the future use really needs to come.
Yes, my understanding from what I'm being told is that will come at a future date.
Perfect.
Yep. All right.
So the point that the chairman brought up is, this is now our building. They have signed the building back to us effective January 1st. Well, they're moving out effective July 1st of next year. Repairs need to be done. You make a point, the parking lot, the roof, but there are many other things too. We own the building, we need to keep it up. You're investing in the building you own. And if we can use some of the money to apply for grants and get free money back from the state, that doesn't go to Woburn or Worcester or Shrewsbury, come on, don't pick them off.
Just watch their.
That's what we can do.
Following it.
Kathy Pestilano, Chapin Road. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move the question, please.
Thanks. You were one step ahead of me. It's time. We've gotten outside of the four corners of the question here and there, and let's get to it. If you vote in favor of this, you're authorizing the expenditure of the $100,000 as requested by the selectmen. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? The motion carries. The article passes. We are on to Article 16, CPA funding. Article 16, CPA funding for Memorial Park scoreboards. To see if the town will vote to appropriate or reserve from community preservation annual revenues in the amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for the community preservation projects within each of the items to be considered as a separate appropriation or take any other action relative thereto. There is only one. It's labeled A, to see if the town will vote to appropriate or reserve from community preservation annual revenues in the amount recommended by the Community Preservation Committee the sum of money to be used for the purchase and installation of 2 scoreboards at Memorial Park or take any other action relative thereto. CPA?
I move that the town vote to transfer $20,000 of Community Preservation Fund to purchase and install 2 new scoreboards at Memorial Park.
Now, there's going to be 2 recommendations, because CPA has to make a recommendation, or is advisory doing both?
Advisory has a recommendation on this, and CPA will have a brief report, which is essentially the financials.
All right, that's where I was going. All right, good. So does advisory have a recommendation?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Okay. And now does the CPA committee have a report?
Yes, the CPA fund, as of today, has $572,837 in it. This is money which is sitting in an account, has been raised as a combination between local assessments on our real estate tax bills. It's the CPA assessment you see on your tax bill, and a portion of it is also from a state match. In the year which just ended, what's called the local assessment was just over $87,000 that we raised on our own tax bills. And the state matched that with just over $32,000. So we have adequate funds. Out of that $572,000, about $150,000 of it or so is encumbered. For part of it is for the purchase of property on North Road, and part of it is for affordable housing. It's not a specific project, it's just encumbered money. This vote is essentially tax neutral. It doesn't impact our taxes one way or the other.
Any questions or more discussion? Seeing none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Majority, the vote carries. Those are the same scoreboards that were there when I was there in '74?
No, these aren't manually operated anymore, Rick.
It's like Fenway, you get to put the slides in. He is older than me, and we actually umpired baseball up there together. I was the younger half of the team. Are you good now? You done? Article 17. Here we go. Grant of easement to National Grid. And I'm sorry I have to read the whole thing. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen for and on behalf of the town and upon such terms and conditions as the board deems to be in the best interest of the town, to convey to Mass Electric Company known as National Grid perpetual right and easement to construct, reconstruct, repair, maintain, operate, and patrol and for the transmission of high and low voltage electric current and for the transmission of intelligence and overhead systems lines, wires and cables and poles together with all equipment and appurtenances thereto for said transmission installed over, across, under, and upon a portion of the town-owned land located at 104 Allen Street and as identified by tax ID number parcel 17-047-00. To serve the town's property and electric vehicle charging station, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to take any and all action necessary for the purposes of accomplishing such easement conveyance, which is approximately shown on Attachment B to this fall's special town meeting warrant, or take any other action relative thereto.
What he said. Should I say select board?
You can do what you want.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote A, to authorize the Select Board for and on behalf of the town and upon such terms and as conditions as the board deems to be in the best interest of the town, to convey to the Massachusetts Electric Company, known as National Grid, a perpetual right and easement as described in the warrant to serve the town's property and electric vehicle charging stations, and B, to authorize the Select Board to take any and all action necessary for the purpose of accomplishing this.
We have a second. We have a motion. We have a second. Advisory?
Advisory recommends favorable action.
Do we have any discussion? John, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes. Basically, there's a wire buried in the ground, and there's that transformer there, and they need an easement to have that there. Uh-oh. Here's a guy who knows what I'm talking about.
Andrew Netherwood, Genevieve. For municipal land, why are we allowing an easement? Why aren't we granting them a 50-year lease on it and then an uplease? Because now we are giving a private entity rights to our property. And if you read it, they're allowed to do transmission lines. They're allowed to do whatever they want. It's just not that one piece of wire. And they can put cell phone towers, whatever they deem that they need on there. Other municipalities only allow leases. So.
He's going to follow back with you.
Okay.
1 second, please.
Andrew, are you set?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay, go.
So this is similar to the easement we did, and you were here for that at the transfer station last year for the pole transmissions for the solar landfill project. These are reviewed by town council. Rose, do you have anything about Andrew's concerns? You may have to come up here.
Please and thank you. Thank you, Rose.
National Grid typically requires an easement, and further, in the article, it is restricted to terms and conditions found acceptable to the Board of Selectmen. So basically, the easement, you'll see in your warrant, there is a diagram in the back, and it shows the pole that it will run from to the electric charging stations. And so when the easement is actually finalized and recorded, it will be restricted to that run. That is helpful?
Yeah, but in the future, if we ever decide to do anything there, you have to rely on them to release it, which means they have a hold over town property.
That is correct. And
I know a lot of other municipalities now are going to the 50-year lease or 100-year lease, whatever you deem is correct. I don't know why we don't move that way, because this is public land that's voted on, which another private entity has all the say and everything you can do with that chunk of land there.
That is correct. I cannot speak to whether or not other municipalities have moved to a 50-year lease. I have not seen that, but National Grid typically does require an easement.
Oh, yep, all right.
Any other questions? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Marilyn, I didn't see it. I believe that the question and the motion allow this.
The other two warrant articles don't work because
Right.
this all goes together.
All right, you better say that because I shouldn't say it.
Okay, so we had 3 warrant articles that dealt with the EV charging stations at the center, and they kind of all tie together. You agreed that we should have a revolving fund. You agreed that we're going to be using that money, the profits from it, for other projects in town. And to make the recharging stations work, they have to have a wire run to them from the street. Andrew brings up a good point, but it doesn't take away from the fact you do need power to the stations so that people can plug in and the thing works. And to say we're not going to do this, then why do we vote yes on the other 2?
I would offer that in rereading all of this, you're voting on granting the selectmen the authority to negotiate on our behalf. So I would like to think they've heard what you said and would incorporate that into their negotiation. So part of it, if you follow it along, it's not carte blanche that they get what they asked for. The selectmen are also obliged to negotiate in our best interest. So what you've offered up is something I would like to think they would consider, but I wanted to make sure that was said. Okay, now, this involves back to the point there, this is town-owned land, so it is a 2/3 vote for this to pass and the selectmen to enter in negotiation. 2/3. All those in favor? Any opposed? Declare the 2/3, the article passes. Article 18. This is to adopt a moratorium for battery energy storage systems. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws of the Town of Hampden by adding the following: 7.20, temporary moratorium on battery energy storage units, Section 7. 7.20, temporary moratorium on battery energy storage units. Notwithstanding any other provisions of the zoning bylaws to the contrary, the town hereby adopts a temporary 6-month moratorium on the issuance of permits for the use of land for standalone battery energy storage systems effective immediately upon the town vote. This moratorium shall not apply to battery storage systems for residential accessory use, commercial building accessory use, or accessory ground-mounted solar photovoltaic energy system projects already approved by the planning board. During the moratorium, 6-month, the town shall conduct a bylaw review of towns of similar size and character, undertake a planning process that addresses the potential impact of standalone battery energy storage systems in Hampden, consider the long-term objectives for such systems and their impact on health, safety, and welfare of Hampden citizenry, and determine how the town shall reasonably regulate such systems, and finally amend the zoning bylaws accordingly. The provisions of the zoning bylaw 7.2 are severable if any provision, paragraph, sentence, or clause of this zoning bylaw or the application thereof to any person, establishment, or circumstances shall be held invalid. Such invalidity shall not affect the other provisions or applications of this zoning bylaw or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move what you said. I move the town vote to amend the zoning bylaws of the town by adding 7.20, temporary moratorium on battery energy storage systems, to Section 7 as printed on the warrant.
We have a motion, we have a second. Does the advisory committee have a recommendation?
The advisory recommends favorable action.
This affects the zoning bylaws, so we require a recommendation from the planning board. Does the planning board have a recommendation?
Madison Pixley, Ames Road, member of the planning board. The planning board held a public hearing, case 2024G, on August 18th, 2024. The planning board is in favor to amend the zoning bylaw to establish a temporary 6-month moratorium on the construction and operation of battery energy storage systems.
Okay, any discussion? Please.
Randy Rivas, South Road. Can we get a clarification with regards to residential, what accessory use means?
Accessory use means if you have solar on your house, you can have a battery storage system. That's an accessory use to your system. And currently, the reason for this moratorium is that we have no bylaw in town that protects us on the large-scale battery storage systems that are currently being proposed.
So what specifically does it apply to? If it does not apply to residential accessory,
right?
Does not apply to commercial building, what
right.
does it apply to?
It applies to standalone battery systems, large trailer truck size storage batteries that would be placed similar to a solar field, you know, and they draw energy from the grid on slow times and then return it to the grid on peak times. And a lot of the towns are doing bylaws to protect particularly their water supplies and that, because lithium batteries, if there's a fire and stuff like that. And we currently have no bylaw.
One more inquiry, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Is there a threshold kilowatt size that we're talking about here? Or I notice there's no numerical values in any of these battery
the bylaw would have to determine what it is. You know, the bylaw committee would have to determine what it is.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
You're welcome. Thad, come on up.
Thad, Gillette, Highland Circle. So the intent is to make a bylaw?
Yes.
Is it realistically feasible to have one in 6 months, or should this really be like a year moratorium?
It probably should be a year or more, but we need to do it probably in 6 months because the Attorney General has ruled against a lot of moratoriums that are a year long because they want to push solar and that type of thing. So we thought we could do 6 months and get it done. We've already collected a number of bylaws from towns of our similar size.
Okay, so we've had the advisory recommendation, the planning board recommendation. This is an amendment to the zoning bylaws. It will therefore require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The 2/3 is declared. We are on to financial transfers. Article 19, transfer from free cash to reduce the tax rate. To see if the town will vote to transfer from unappropriated available funds a sum of money for the purpose of reducing the tax rate for fiscal year 2025 or take any other action relative thereto.
Transfer from unavailable, transfer $679,283 from unappropriated available funds for the purpose of reducing the tax rate for fiscal year 2025.
How do you feel about your motion?
I think it's a good idea.
Great. I was just waiting to see if you'd clash with yourself. Is there any discussion? Did you? Oh, good, thanks. We got a motion, we got a second, we got a recommendation, $679,000. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it's a majority vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. It's unanimous. I'm sorry, it's majority, not unanimous. Article 20, transfer from the General Stabilization Fund to reduce the tax rate. To see if the town will vote to transfer a sum of money from the General Stabilization Account for the purpose of reducing the tax rate for fiscal year 2025 or take any other action relative thereto.
I move that the town vote to transfer $650,000 from the General Stabilization Account for the purpose of reducing the tax rate for fiscal year 2025.
I hear a motion. I have a second. How do your recommendation?
We also recommend this one.
This is great. All right. Is there any discussion, any questions on this? All right. Now, this is a little different than the last one. We are transferring money out of our savings account. So when you take it out of your savings account, it requires a 2/3 vote. So all those in favor of the transfer? Are there any opposed? I see one. Majority. It is a majority, 2/3 pass. Article 21, transfer from free cash to the general stabilization fund. To see if the town will vote to transfer a sum of money from unappropriated available funds into the general stabilization account or take any other action relative thereto.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to take no action on Article 21.
Second? I got a second. Motion second. Your own recommendation.
We are in favor of this also.
You guys are consistent. All those in favor of no action on the question? It's a majority vote. Are there any opposed? It's unanimous. Good night.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes, sir.
Would I be out of order to thank the moderator for doing a good job on a difficult meeting?
Thank you. Thank all of you. Breaking my own toe. Thanks, man.